Dawn has not yet begun to think of itself. The dark is a solid thing, a weight upon your chest. It is the deep breath held between one day and the next. You do not know the hour. Time in this season is measured not by bells or candles, but by the quality of the blackness outside the door, by the precise sharpness of the air inside your lungs. You are wrapped in a shared cocoon of woolen bodies. Your husband, your 2 children, the straw beneath you whispers with every small shift, a dry ancient language. The bomb, your breath hangs visible, a pale ghost in the absolute dark. Across the room, in the shallow pit of the hearth, a constellation of embers glows faintly. They are the last memory of yesterday's fire, orange stars slowly fading in an earthen sky. A new snow has fallen. You can tell by the silence, a thick, muffling blanket laid over the world. That is the moon of long nights. Perhaps the time when the year itself seems to hold its breath. You must move soon. When the heart of the house grows cold, the day begins with a struggle that wastes precious minutes and the little fuel you have left. But for this once stolen moment, you are still. The warmth of your daughter's back against your ribs, the solid presence of your son near your feet, a heavy arm of your husband across your shoulder. This is the only true heat. It is a borrowed comfort, and you are reluctant to leave its circle. Carefully, you disentangle yourself. The cold that meets your skin is not an absence, but a presence. It is an animal that has been waiting, and it sinks its teeth into you at length. Your bare feet find the floor, and the frozen earth sends a shock of winter up through your bones. To move by memory through the blindness, your hands knowing the landscape of your home, the rough minus-hewn table, the water bucket's corner, the grain sacks leaning like tired sentinels, hewn meal before the fading stars on the hearth. Your fingers, stiff and clumsy, gather the night's prepared offering, slender curls of bark, a nest of dry grass. You bend low, your breath a focused stream aimed at the dull orange glow. You are a priest ascending a dying god. They think a spark, a wisp of smoke, then a tiny, defiant tent of flame. This is the first miracle of the day, repeated every morning since the first frost, the summoning of light from darkness, of heat from ash. But the miracle is also a calculation. The woodpile is shrinking faster than the days. The cold arrived early, wearing a harsh face, and your calculations, scratched in your mind, are already going awry. Do you feed the young fire with deliberate slowness? A piece too large is a luxury you cannot afford. A piece too small is a betrayal. As the light grows, it paints the room in slow strokes. The soot-minus blackened thatch of the ceiling emerges from the gloom. The faces of your children appear, pale and sharp in the new light, already wearing the lean look of the hungry months. From behind a wattle hurdle comes the sound of a stirring beast. A soft low. The animals are your charges, your responsibility, and their needs are the first bell of the day. The water bucket in the corner. Where's a skin of ice, to break it with the pommel of your knife. The crack is a sharp, clear note in the stillness, and your daughter opens her eyes. She sees the fire, and without a word, she understands. The day has called, and she must answer. You pull your cloak around you. The wool is coarse, smelling of smoke and earth and old sweat. But it is a fortress. Every layer you own is a battlement against the siege of cold. The door is a collection of planks, ill-minus fitting. See chinked with rags. You push it open, and the world enters on a wave of frozen air. Outside, the darkness is softening at its edges, bleeding from black to the gray of a wolf's belt. The snow has transformed the familiar into something strange and silent. Path, hedge, distant wood, all are gone, replaced by a smooth, white expanse. There is no wind. For that, you offer silent thanks. The well at the village center is a ring of stones crowned with ice. You lower the bucket, feel it punch through the frozen skin, and haul it back, hand over hand. The water within is so cold it seems to burn the air above it. This is the water for everything: the porridge, the washing, the thin ale. Carrying it back is an act of endurance. The weight pulls at the very roots of your shoulders. You stop twice, your breath plumbing, to shift the burden. When you return, your daughter is feeding the fire with the solemn care of one handling gold. Your Then still sleeps. Let him. Sleep is a kind of food in winter, a way to quiet the endless, hollow conversation of the belly. You set the bucket near the flames, a plea for the chill to leave it, and you turn to the oat sack. Breakfast is a ceremony of measurement. You count the grains by handfuls, your mind performing its relentless arithmetic. This much today leaves this much for March. But what if the frost lingers? What if the sack holds less than you thought? What if illness comes? The clay pot, blackened by generations of fire, accepts the oats and water. You place it on the stones within the hearth, where the flames can embrace it. Then you turn to the animals. The cow's flank is warm against your forehead. The rhythm of milking is a meditation, a steady pull that yields a thin, blue-inged stream. The goats nudge your legs with their heads, their eyes patient and deep. They receive a meager handful of drat grass, enough for life, enough for comfort. The chickens, roosting in their wooden box, are creatures of their own warren. You scatter a precious few grains and are rewarded with 2 eggs. Small, perfect worlds of potential. Back inside, the porridge bubbles. You stir, and the smell of simple sustenance fills the space. Your daughter stands beside you, bowl in hand, already schooled in the quiet acceptance of never quite enough. You serve 3 equal portions, small islands in wooden seas. A piece of hard bread, a relic from days past, is warmed and shared. The meal passes in silence, accompanied by sips of thin, sour ale. When your son wakes, he eats quickly, then asks after the snares at the wood's edge. You nod. Pup, however slender, must be tended. The morning unfolds in the small, sacred language of tasks. Jew-card wool, pulling the fibers straight. Your daughter spins, the spindle dancing at the end of the thread she coaxes from the mass. The work is slow, hypnotic. The wool itself is poor, the legacy of a dry summer, but it is all you have. It will become a tunic for your growing son, if the winter allows you to finish. Outside, the world remains a study in gray. The sun, if it has risen, is a secret kept by the cloud. By the feeling in your bones more than by any clot. You know it is time for the midday meal. Eat too of dried peas, softened after a long filled, and a small tough turnips from the rich cellar. The cellar is a pit beneath the floor, a hidden belly of the house where the last of the earth's gifts are stored. Each time you descend, you take inventory in the dank dark, counting, always counting. You add a pinch of salt from a tiny clay pot and a crumble of dried herbs, the summer's fragrance preserved. For sun returns, empty-handed, his lips stinged with blue. Use at him by the fire. Watch the color slowly return to his face, and give him his portion of stew. He is at the age where his body strains against the limits you can provide. The afternoon is for repair, for the endless work of holding the world together. Your husband's left a list a patch of thatch pulling away, a lynch board in the door, the wattle hurdle that separates your world from the animals. You work slowly, conserving strength. Your daughter is your helper, your shadow. The house is old, older than memory, and it groans and settles like a living thing, demanding constant attention. As the light begins to fail, the long evening settles in. You light a single rush light, its flame frail and precious. In its guttering glow, you check the sacks of grain again. They feel lighter. The calculation runs again in your mind. An endless, looping chant. And supper is the remains of the stew, extended with more water. You eat, scraping the bowls clean, and you sit together near the fire, a small archipelago of humanity in the vast cold. Your daughter leans into you. Your son pokes at the embers, sending up a brief shower of sparks. No stories are told tonight. The energy for tales has been spent on survival. The animals shift and sigh in their space, a reminder that you are not alone in this breathing, waiting darkness. You think of your husband, sleeping in the manor's stable, paying the Lord's price with his labor. The fire begins to falter. You give it one last piece of wood, a final sacrifice to the night. Soon, you will bank the coals, burying them in ash, a hope sealed in a warm tomb until morning. Your children are already drifting. You lead them to the mattress. The bedding is cold, all yesterday's warmth long gone. You lie down together, arranging the blanket, tucking edges, building a fortress of shared heat. Slowly, so slowly, the cold retreats from this tiny, contested space. Tomorrow will be the same. You will wake in the dark. You will coax the fire. You will measure and mend and wait. Yes, if the rhythm of the cold months, a drumbeat of necessity, you will do this through the hunger of February, through the weeping winds of March, until the world turns again. You close your eyes. Your daughter's breath is a soft tide against your neck. An owl calls outside, a lonesome sound in the immense night. The cold is above you and below you. Just here, in this fragile pocket, with the glow of banked coals painting the walls in faint orange, there's a kind of peace. You know things. You know how to read the smoke sculler, to judge the heart of a piece of wood. You know which dried leaf will soothe the tight chest. Do you know the art of the banked fire, the geometry of ashened coals? You know the sound of safe ice, the song of dangerous ice. You know how to walk in deep snow without wasting your spirit. You know the different shades of hunger, which is a companion and which is a killer. You know how to make a single egg a feast for three. Do you know that nothing is wasted that fat bone and peel each have their purpose? You know survival is not a single act of heroism, but 10,000 small careful choices made every day. You know that warmth is not absolute, but relative. That cold is a scale upon which the human body can find unexpected notes of endurance. Winter is not an enemy to be slain. It is a neighbor, formidable and austere, with whom you must learn to live. You do not fight it. You make treaties with it. Find the crevices in its armor where life can persist. Divide this in your hands, in your bones, was taught to you by your mother's hands, by your father's silent example, by the sheer, unyielding demand of necessity. The night, as you drift towards sleep in the heart of the cold, you carry this knowledge forward. You are a link in a chain that stretches back through time, through winters beyond counting. The dark deepens, the cold tightens its grip, but you are here. You are breathing. You have survived this day, and for now, in the economy of winter, that is the only currency that matters. Her name is Agnes. She is of an age where births and deaths are a better calendar than years. She lives in a village called Fenton, a scatter of homes in a northern valley. She was born in a half like this one. Her mother died in childbirth when Agnes was 12. Her father followed the fever 5 winters later. Her memory holds fragments the taste of a barley cake, the sound of her father's song in the field, the feeling of sun on harvest skim. That the memories are framed by the 2 great constants, cold and hunger. They were the texture of her childhood, as they are the texture of her life now. He remembers the frost-minus ferns on the wall, the sound of her mother's voice calling from a doorway that no longer exists, the terrible, light weight of her baby brother in her arms, gone cold. That lost taught her early that love is not a shield. It is simply love. At 15, she was married to Thomas, a man 10 years her senior, the son of a freeman. They met twice before the wedding at the church door. He seemed far his hands capable, his face marked by weather and word. He gave her a worn copper ring that caught the thin light. Her first child, a daughter, lived 3 days. The grief was a sharp stone in her throat, but there was no time to choke on it. Wife, in its relentless way, demanded continuation. Her second child, William, lived. His first cry was a promise she dared to believe. Then came Margaret, who was her grandmother's clear, seeing eyes. There were other pregnancies that ended in blood and silence, losses marked on her soul in places with no words. Thomas is a good man within the narrow walls of their world. He does not raise his hand in cruelty. He shares the weight of the work. He looks upon his children with a rough tenderness. He is bound, as she is bound, by the iron chains of obligation and scarcity. This winter, the Lord has called for more labor. Thomas is gone 3 days each week. mending walls, clearing ditches, hauling wood so the manor's many fires may burn bright for southern guests. Agnes is left with the holding their strips of land, the animals, the house, the children. The responsibility is a yoke she wears without complaint, for complaint is a luxury with no practical value. He wakes each morning in the dark. The ritual is the same, yet it feels heavier in his absence. The fire must be born again from the ash. The water must be fought for at the frozen well. But now her son is gone too. William, 16, was sent to labor for a wealthier man 2 villages away, a transaction that will bring a little extra grain. She misses him with a physical ache, a hollow place beneath her ribs. She worries. Is he warm? Is he fed? Has the work break his young back? At night, she imagines him in a stranger's barn, and the thought is a cold knot in her stomach. And Margaret has a cough. It is not yet the deep, tearing cough that takes children, but it is a constant whisper of threats. Every night, Agnes lies awake and listens to herd otters breathing, counting the spaces between each sound. He makes infusions of dried horehound and precious honey, and coaxes Margaret to drink the bitter liquid. Herd A's are filled with spinning. The motion is a pendulum, marking the slow passage of light. The wool is poor, but the thread is possibility. It is future cloth, future warmth, future trade. As her hands work, her mind wanders. The inks of her mother, dead at 30-5, having borne 7 and buried 4. What would she say of this cough, these dwindling stores? He thinks of the winter when she was 10, when 5 village children did not see the spring. He remembers the ice in the bucket that would not melt, the old woman found frozen in her bed, eyes open to a darkness she could not escape. She thinks of Margaret's future. Will it be easier? She hopes, but does not believe. The world is a wheel, and their place upon it is fixed. Such thoughts are like birds. You acknowledge them, and let them fly. To hold them too close is to invite them Agnes there is no time for. She focuses on the thread, on the growing length on her spindle. She focuses on the fire, on the careful calculus of fuel. She focuses on the bread dough rising under a damp cloth near the hearth. Bread minus making is an art she has mastered over 20 winters. She knows the feel of good dough, the smell of proper fermentation, the hollow sound of a perfectly baked loaf. Today's bread will be dark, dense with pea flour and processed acorns, but it will be bread. While it rises, she mends a hole in Thomas' spare tunic. The needle of bone moves in undoubt. Each stitch is a small act of preservation. The clothing is not replaced, it is endlessly renewed, a tapestry of repairs. Margaret cards will nearby. The cough interrupts her rhythm. Agnes watches, judges. It is a loose cough, which is better than a tight one. But she has seen loose coughs stern, have seen children fight for air like fish on a bank. At midday, she makes a thin pea soup, flavored with a single spoonful of precious salted fat. They eat from the same bowl to save washing. Margaret eats slowly, blowing on each spoonful, making the meal last. Agnes is grateful for this small wisdom. After, she tends to the cow bath. The animal is thin, ribs like the bars of a cage, but she gives a little milk. Agnes speaks soft, meaningless words into the cow's rough hide, taking comfort from the simple, patient life there. The afternoon passes. Spinning, mending, feeding the fire. Margaret sleeps, exhausted, and Agnes watches the small rise and fall of her chest. The light at the window fades from gray to gray. Evening comes. She bakes the bread in the ashes, covering it with a cracked clay pot. The smell fills the house, a smell of abundance that is almost a cruelty in its perfection. When it is done, she gives Margaret the softest piece. She takes the crust. They eat bread and water, and a little leftover soup. The water is cold enough to hurt their teeth. After eating, Agnes spins again. The spindle turns. The thread grows. The firelight makes shadows dance on the walls. She thinks of spring, Thomas plowing, William returning taller changed, Margaret running in the fields, her laughter a medicine, green shoots, fresh eggs, milk that tastes of grass. That spring is a story told from a great distance. Between now and then lies a vast, frozen country, the bitter heart of February, the cutting winds of March. She knows the winter will take its dive. The very young, the very old, the unlucky, she prays without expecting an answer. Her prayers are simple. Keep us, warm us, let us live. The fire burns low. She banks the coals with ritual care, sealing the hope of morning in a tomb of ash. She helps Margaret to bed, tucking the worn blanket tight. Then she lies down beside her. Without Thomas, without William, the bed feels vast and cold. She pulls her daughter close. The small body is a furnace. Rape comes slowly, trailing wraiths like shadows. The grain, the cough, the safety of her men. She recalculates the stores. The numbers do not comfort, but exhaustion is a stronger force than fear. Her breathing deepens. Outside, snow begins to fall again. Inside, the banked fire whispers a secret to the dark. Margaret coughs once in her sleep. Agnes does not stir. She has learned to sleep through this particular alarm. He dreams of running through summer grass, of her mother singing, of a sun that does not merely light the world, but warms it. Dawn comes, grey and cold. Frost has giant friends on the inside of the shutters. The cycle begins again. Fire from coals, water from the well, life from the thread. Days become weeks. Thomas returns for brief visits, brings news of a world beyond their valley. William sends no word. Silence must be interpreted as safety. Margaret's cough persists. It does not worsen. The worry is a constant companion, a stone in her shoe she has learned to walk with. The stores diminish. The portions shrink. Margaret does not complain. One night, a storm arrives. The wind is a wild thing, screaming at the walls, finding every flaw. Snow piles against the door. For 3 days, they are prisoners in their own home, venturing out only to tend the animals along a rope-minus line through the white blindness. On the second day, the roof weeps. I leak. Melting snow finds a weakness. She places a pot to catch the drip, knowing this is a wound that must be healed quickly. A leak in winter can unravel a house. When the storm breaks, she assesses the damage. The thatch is torn. The repair is beyond her strength alone. She must call upon the village. This is the other economy not of coin, but of obligation of mutual aid. She visits Joan, whose hand is twisted but whose wisdom is sound. She visits Radri, young and strong, a widow with 3 small mouths to feed. She visits Alison, who always seems to have a little extra through sheer force of carefulness. 3 women come. They bring straw from their own stores, a gift of immense value. They work together on a mercifully mild day. Anchors frozen, weaving the roof back together. As they work, they talk. They share the news of the village who has taken work at the manor, whose mother is dying, whose child has been taken by fever. They speak of the miller's son in love with the dairy maid, and for a moment, their laughter is a strange, wonderful sound in the winter air. Agnes feels her spirit lift. She is not alone. When the work is done, they share a meal of thin soup, stretched to feed for. It is an act of communion. After they leave, Agnes sits by her ended roof and Hurst eddy fire, and allows herself a moment of gratitude. The roof is whole. The cough is easing. Thomas will return soon. William is alive. These are not small things. They are the stones that build a life. Winter deepens. January arrives. The coldest moon. The days are short. The nights a long exhale. The sun is a rumor. Heat sometimes loses herself in the unchanging gray, and serve time's passage. But she persists. She spins. She mends. She tends. She waits. Thomas returns for good in late January. The manor has released him. His presence changes the air in the house. More warmth, more strength, more companionship in the long evenings. He brings news William will return in February with a little extra grain. The relief is quiet, but profound. She allows herself to imagine the reunion. One evening, as she spins by a fire, she finds herself humming. It is a tune her mother sang, a song of green things. The sound surprises her. Margaret looks up, and in the firelight she smiles. It is a rare, bright thing, and in that moment, Agnes feels something she has not felt in months. Hope, not certainty, not safety, but the simple, stubborn belief that they will persist. He does not speak it. To name it might scare it away. She simply hums, and spins, and tends the fire. These actions are their own kind of prayer. Her story is the story of countless winters, countless women. There is no grand climax, no single moment of salvation. There is only the daily return to the work, the care, the small acts of defiance against the cold. Each day survived as a thread. The threads, over time, weave a life. She endures. That is her victory, not over winter, but with it. And when spring finally comes, as it must, she will emerge changed, but unbroken. The scars will be there, but so will the knowledge. And that knowledge, hide minus one and carried in the bones, is a kind of wisdom we have forgotten. Let us consider the hearth sign, worn smooth in one particular spot, generation upon generation of hands, touching the same place each time they pass the fire. Archaeologists find these stones, measure the depressions that fit a human palm. Why? Was it a gesture of thanks? A connection to ancestors who touched the same stone. A superstitious insurance against the flame's death? The stones remember what the people have forgotten. Some bear marks, crude crosses, circles, patterns that are not words. Were they prayers? Protections? The idle art of long winter night? We have the stones, but the stories are gone. Consider the bundles of herbs above doorways: rosemary, thyme, juniper. The sweet air perhaps kept some illness at bay, but they were also chimes, believed to ward off evil that grew bold in the dark. The line between medicine and magic was thin, often invisible. Consider the strange deposits beneath thresholds: a handful of grain, a bent nail, a pottery shard, offerings to the spirit of the house, gifts to ensure prosperity. We take them up and catalog them, but their meaning is buried deep in soil. What did they believe about their homes? That they were living things? That they held the presence of the dead? The evidence suggests all these beliefs lived together, layered like the thatch on the roof. They named their hearts. My father's fire was a phrase of inheritance. The fire itself was a member of the family, a living entity to be maintained, passed down. To let it die completely was a profound break, a loss of continuity with all who came before. In winter, the fire was everything. It was the only light, the only warmth, the boundary between this human world and the frozen void. Is it any wonder they treated it with reverence? The ritual of banking the coals each night was a sacred science. Too much ash and the life suffocates. Too little and it burns away before dawn. It was a symbolic death, a trust that life would be resurrected with the morning's breath. That moment of blowing on the hidden coals, watching for the first glow, was a daily leap of faith. The winter solstice, the longest night, was a pivot point. The church called it Christmas, the birth of the light of the world. But underneath, older currents flowed. The Yule log, often of fruitwood, was decorated, burned, a piece saved to light next year's fire. Why fruitwood? Why the saved piece? Christian reasons were given, but the practice was older. Fruit trees seemed dead in winter, yet hold life within. Burning there might have been an act of sympathetic magic, a plea for the sun's return, for fertility. The saved piece was a chain of fire across the years, each year's light kindling the next. Fine charred fragments buried with care near old homes, wrapped in cloth. Were they pieces of the log? Offering? Protection? The mystery remains. Winter posed a practical problem: the dead. Frozen ground would not accept them. Bodies had to be kept in outbuildings, in crypts, in temporary graves. But Some were buried immediately, at great cost. Fires were built on the grave to thaw the earth, a labor of days. Why these few? What made their immediate rest so vital? Some of these winter graves hold unusual arrangements, bodies positioned oddly, objects placed with them, a coin, a bell, an iron nail, a piece of bread. Were the coins for the ferrying? The bells to warn if the dead stirred, the nails to bind or protect. Therein was power against the unseen. A believed the dead were restless in winter. The long dark thinned the veil between worlds. If ghosts walked, they walked now. The relationship with the dead was complex. An honored ancestor might watch over you. A neglected one might bring curse. Food was left on thresholds on winter nights, bread on a sill, ale poured on the step. Not for the living poor, but for other, hungrier guests. These offerings were often the family's best, a genuine sacrifice. Dreams held special weight in the long sleep. Dreams of the dead were visits, to be taken seriously. A dead father advising on planting, a dead mother warning of sickness. These were not fantasies, but communications. The boundary between sleeping and waking, like that between living and dead, grew porous in the dark. Remedies combined the physical and the mystical. Honey and garlic for a cough, the honey from pure bees, the garlic to repel evil. The remedy worked on the body and the spirit. To treat only one would be foolish. Children were especially vulnerable. Thread tied around a wrist. New names given mid-winter. Tiny amulets sewn into clothing. Why red? Was it the color of life minus blood? A claim against the pallor of winter. We find children's graves with small treasures, a wooden doll, hazelnuts, a piece of honeycomb, comfort for the journey, offerings to unseen powers. We have the objects, but the love and fear that placed them are silent. It was minus sailors went door minus to minus door in winter, singing for food and drink. Their songs were blessings. To turn them away was to refuse luck, to invite misfortune. This was not mere begging, but a transaction song for sustenance, blessing for bread. Some of my affairs were masks, became something other than themselves. Spirits of the season, representatives of the ancestors. They sang of apple trees and snow, a summer's return, the battles between the green and the white. Boundaries were walked on certain winter nights. Farmers walked their field edges with torches, reclaiming the land from the anonymity of snow. This is ours. We will return. We have not forgotten. Some boundary stones show signs of repeated fires, of small offerings buried nearby. Agreements were made at these edges between the human and the wild. Inside, more mysteries. Shoes placed in specific positions before bed. Beds oriented away from certain directions. No spinning after sunset in certain weeks. Why? We can guess, but we cannot know. Their world was full of signs, of meanings we have ceased to read. The winter night was a text. The creak of a beam, the pattern of frost, the sound of ice on the well, the call of a bird each carry information. We have lost the vocabulary. Their darkness was absolute. Our nights are perpetually twilight. I listened to theirs. It spoke. We have gained comfort, warmth, light on demand. Ye have lost an intimacy with the rhythm of feels, a knowledge written in the body, a sense of our earth's mamas within a vast, turning world. Now, shift your gaze to the manor on the hill. Stone walls, multiple chimneys, smoke rising against the gray sky. Lord Robert de Fenton is 40-7. He holds his land from a greater lord, who holds from the king. His hall is large, beamed, floored with stone and rushes. 3 fireplaces burn. 3. A luxury beyond a peasant's dreaming. Yet even here, the cold is a presence. Stand near the fire, and you are warm. 20 feet away, your breath mists. The stone exhales winter. Lord Robert wears layers linen, wool fur. The principle is the same as Edna's trap air. Hold heat. His wife, Lady Eleanor, wears gowns lined with squirrel fur. They have a separate bedchamber, a mark of status. A wooden bed with a wool-stuffed mattress, and in sheets, for coverlets. A warming pan filled with coals slides between the sheets at night. Yet frost still forms on the inside of the window covering. Water freezes in the basin. He rises to a fire kept alive through the night by a servant whose job was to tend it. Water is brought, warmed at the kitchen fire. Servants help him dress. Breakfast is bread, cold meat, small beer, fatter food, but a simple meal. His winter days are for administration. He meets his steward, a man who can read and write. They review accounts on parchments. How much grain remains? What livestock survive? Who has paid rent? These numbers are lives. Should he sell grain now or hold it? Should he forgive a tenant's rent? These decisions have faces attached. He inspects the manor's walls, checks gates for life. He reads in his small library a Bible, a psalter, a romance. He reads Latin, French. The light is poor. Reading requires candles, another expense. Lady Eleanor oversees the household, women spinning, weaving, sewing. She manages the still room, makes medicines. She knows herbs from books, where Agnes knows them from her mother's hands. He attends chapel daily. The manor priests, says Mass. Dinner at midday structures the day. The hall fills according to rank. Roasted meats, pies, wheat, bread, wine. Abundance, but a managed abundance. The cook works from stores that must last. Afternoon might bring weapon practice in the hall, or a hunt if weather allows. Winter is for social consolidation. Other nobles visit despite the cold. Their hospitality is an obligation, a drain on stores, a necessity of status. The evening brings supper, an entertainment. Aim minstrel sings of love and war, games of chess or dice, storytelling. Then, gradually, the household retires. Servants flee in the hall, near the central fire. Lord Robert and Lady Eleanor retire to their chamber. The warming pan has done its work. They climb into the curtained bed, make a tent of their body heat. Fine morning. The cold has reclaimed the room. Judas's winter differ from Agnes. In degree, not in kind. More food. Better cloth. Warmer shelter. But he is still cold. Still waiting. Still worrying. His worries are different politics. Status obligations to those about him. But they are worries. He has a buffer against disaster. Agnes does not. That is his privilege. Yet, disaster respects no rank. A harsh winter can deplete manor stores. Disease kills nobles as well as peasants. Misfortune can strip him of everything. His hall is warmer, but it is not safe. In February, the dangerous month, both hall and cottage enter the same trial. Stores are low. Spirits are lower. Lord Robert watches his grain. Recalculates. It will be close. He demands rents labor because he must. Sometimes he shows mercy. A forgiven rent for a grieving family. Extra grain for a widow. Charity and calculation are twins. He must keep his people alive to work the land. He stands at his window, looks down at the village smoke. He sees tenants, not individuals. A problem of management. Agnes might look up at the manor smoke. She might feel resentment, or a simple acceptance. The distance between them is measured in more than yards. It is a gulf of experience. Yet both are cold, both are waiting, both are hoping the same sun will return. In that shared vulnerability they are for a moment equal. We have walked through a winter now. We have felt its bite, tasted its hunger, endured its silence. What is being forgotten? That winter was not a problem, but a condition of life. It was not fought, but accommodated. They knew how to read the night, to bank a fire, to judge the coming snow by the feel of the air. They knew survival required community. No one made it through alone. They knew hunger as a constant and learned to wreck through its hollow sun. They possessed a patience we have lost to sit for hours in dim light, to wait months for a thaw, to find purpose in small, repetitive tasks. They knew true darkness and learned to rest within it. They understood cold as a personality, with moods and behaviors. Their knowledge of materials was deep, tactile, which would burn hot, which we've trapped warmth, how to preserve food without our modern magic. This wisdom with heart minus swang, path nan in books, but in the movement it ends in stories told by Friarite. Much of it is gone. We have no need of it. Central heating, supermarkets, electric lights, modern medicine, these are real comforts, heart minus earned by centuries. But something was lost in the gaining. We lost the intimate knowledge of seasons. We lost the skills of negotiated survival. We lost the communal bonds forged in shared hardship. We lost the humility that comes from knowing their fragility in the face of a vast, cold world. A night, as you rest in your warmth, with light at your command and food in abundance. Remember Agnes. Remember her cold feet on the floor, her tearful handfuls of grain, the weight at her worry. Remember Lord Robert in his draughty hall, burdened by his own chains of obligation. Remember the mysteries, the worn hot sign, the berry offering, the winter song whose meaning has faded. Remember that they were not like us. They inhabited a different world of meaning. Remember that winter once meant something deeper. It was a test, a teacher, a demanding companion. And as you drift toward sleep, feel gratitude, not just for your comfort, but for all the generations who survived without it, who passed their heart minus one knowledge down so that you could eventually be warm. Their struggle is over. Their centuries gone. Their cottages are dust. Their manor is a ruin. But in remembering them, in trying to understand their endurance, we reclaim a piece of human spirit. Winter always ends. That was their certainty. However long the night, the dawn would come. However deep the cold, the thaw would follow. They endured day after day with quiet persistence because they trusted in the return of the light. That day is coming for them, though we have not seen it in this telling. Spring will come. The stores will be nearly empty. The people will be thin, but they will be alive. The seeds will go into the earth. The cycle will begin again. Then autumn and the preparation. Then winter and the endurance. This was the rhythm. Not progress, but cycle. Eternal return. We have broken that cycle. Our winters are controlled. Our food comes from beyond the season. This is among our greatest achievements. But in remembering the old rhythm, we might find something we miss: a sense of proportion, a respect for forces larger than ourselves. Let Agnes guide you into sleep. Let her patient hands, her careful fire, her quiet strength be companions in the dark. Her winter is over, but its lessons remain, as quiet and persistent as falling snow, waiting for those who will listen. Sleep now. Let the warmth hold you. Let the dark be kind. Spring is coming. It always does. And until it arrives, we endure it as they endured, with patience, with the quiet knowledge that this too shall pass. Good night. The silence after a snow is a different kind of silence. It is not an absence, but a presence. The held breath over the land. The thin the cottage, the eerie sounds are the soft crackle of frost mangas tried thatching the slow, steady breathing of sleepers. You are the first point of wake of signals in this frozen world. The dark is so complete it feels tangible, a velvet weight against your eyes. You know this darkness intimately. It has a texture, a depth, a character that changes through the long hours of the night. This particular darkness, just before the first hint of false dawn, is the deepest of all. It is the bottom of the well. You eye still, a catalogue of sensation, the scratch of wall against your chin, the solid curve of your daughter's spine against your own, the faint, sour minus sweet smell of the sleeping animals mingling with wood smoke and cold earth. Beneath it all, the penetrating, mineral smell of frost. It has seeped through the very walls. You are not merely in the cold, you are within it, and you must move. The embers in the hearth are your kingdom's treasury, and you are its sole guardian. Let it fail is a disaster from which the whole day will never recover. With the practiced, fluid motion born of 10,000 repetitions, you slip from the nested blanket. The shock is immediate and total. This is like plunging into a winter river. The air slices through your thin night shift, finds every seam, every vulnerability. Your feet, touching the packed earth floor, register not just cold, but a fierce, aching solidity. The ground itself is frozen iron minus hard. You do not hesitate. Hesitation is a luxury that wastes precious warmth. You move swiftly through the absolute black. Your hands, your eyes. Your fingertips brush the rough edge of the table, skim the cold curve of the water crock, find the familiar, gritty texture of the wall. You kneel before the hearth. The ashes are warm to the touch, a gentle promise. You brush them aside, revealing the heart of yesterday's fire, a cluster of embers, pulsing like a slow, sleepy beast. You lean close, your face feeling the radiant warmth from inches away. Your breath, when you exhale, is a focused stream, a gentle wind. You are speaking the language of fire. The embers brighten, acknowledging the call. From the small, tight bundle at your side, you take the first offering, a curl of birch bark, paper minus getting dry as bone. You lay it upon the glowing mound. For a heart minus stopping moment. Nothing. Then a tendril of smoke, gray and hesitant. Then a tiny, brilliant flower of flame. It is a birth. You feed it with religious care another curl of bark, a pinch of dried moss, a few slender twigs. The fire grows, its light painting the world around you in sudden, leaping sheets. The shadows are born, stretching and shrinking on the walls. The room emerges from nothingness, the sagging roof, the sacks of grain, the sleeping forms of your children. Their faces, in this new light, look ancient and young all at once, carved from pale wood by a careful hand. Your daughter stirs, blinks open eyes that reflect the flames. No words are needed. The fire is the summons. The day has begun its relentless march. You pull your Dame Ines cloak around you. It is heavy, damp in places, smelling of smoke and soil and years of use. You knot it at your throat. Every layer is a warrior in your army, and this is your armor. The door is a barrier against the outer dark. You lift the latch. Its iron shockingly cold and push. Winter enters, not as a guest, but as a conqueror. The air is a blade drawn across your throat. For you, the world has been remade in the night. Snow has erased all edges, softened all forms. The path to the well is a mere suggestion under a smooth, white blanket. The hedges are swelling, strange sculptures. The distant forest is a smudge of darker gray against a gray sky. The silence is profound, a listening silence. You take the bucket and step out, closing the door on the precious pocket of wood. Your shoes thick, misshapen things of layered leather sink into the snow with a sound like a sigh. The walk to the well is a meditation in cold. Each step is a conscious effort. You do not fight the snow, you let your foot fall through it, then lift, planting the next. A wasteful, battling stride will exhaust you before your work is done. The well is a circle of warm, Ines frosted stones. The bucket rests on a lid of ice so clear you can see the dark water beneath. You break it with the heel of the bucket, a sharp, satisfying crack that echoes in the stillness. The rope is stiff in your hands as you lower the vessel. Hear the splash, and haul it back, hand over hand, muscles singing a familiar song of strain. The water, when it emerges, is black and impossibly cold. Carrying it back is the true labor. The full bucket is a jealous weight, demanding all your attention, bending your spine, burning to your shoulders and arms. You stop halfway, setting it down, your breath plumbing in great, ragged clouds. You look back at your house. Smoke, thick and white, is now pouring steadily from the roof hole. It is a signal. We are here. We are awake. The fire lives. Returning, you find the inside world transformed by the morning ritual. The fire is now a robust, hackling presence, its heat pushing back the coldness of Isabel's fear. Your daughter is tending it, her small face solemn. His son is awake, pulling on his tunic. The animals are fully roused, their sounds and smells becoming the backdrop of the day. The water is set near the fire to lose its killing edge. Then the grain. The sack is propped in the corner, a slouched giant. You eye its neck and peer in. The oats are a pale, golden brown, smelling of dust and summer fields. You scoop out a measured portion with a wooden bowl. This is the most important arithmetic of the day. Your hands are the scales. Your memory is the ledger. You know the exact feel of a day's ration in your prime. Too much, and future minus you will curse present minus you. Too little, and the weakness will find you by afternoon. It is a balance between today's strength and tomorrow's hope. The pot goes onto the fire stones. You add water from the now minus tepid bucket. While it heats, you turn to the cow. The air inside is thick with the warm, grassy smell of her breath and the sharp tang of manure. She lows softly as you enter, a deep, vibrating sound. Good morning, Bess, you murmur. The words hanging in the cold air. You settle on the 3-legged stool. Press your forehead against her familiar, coarse flanked, and begin. The milk hits the pail in rhythmic, steaming streams. It is not much, and it is thin, the color of a winter sky at dawn. But it is life. It is substance. The guts are next, pressing against you with their hard, bony heads. You give them each a wisp of hay, watching their quick, grinding jaws. The chickens cluck and fuss as you reach into their box. Your fingers close around to still minus warm eggs. A small, solid joy. Back inside. The porridge is bubbling, releasing a comforting, bland scent. You stir it with a long minus handled spoon. Your children gather, bowls in hand. You serve 3 equal portions. No more, no less. The hard bread is dipped in hot water to soften, then shared. The meal is eaten in a silence that is not unhappy, but focused. This is fuel. This is the foundation upon which the day will be built. When it is done, the bowls are licked clean. The day's work opens before you like a familiar path. Your hands find the wool, starting, then spinning. The rhythmic pull and twist is a kind of trance. The thread grows, winding onto the spindle, a tangible measure of time past. Your daughter works beside you, her small fingers learning the craft. You correct her grip gently without words. This is how knowledge passes. Thought in lectures, but in touch, in shared rhythm. Outside, the light does not so much brighten as it thins, turning from wool minus gray to linen minus gray. No sun breaks through. The world is a closed room. At midday, you build the stew, fried peas, a handful of barley, 2 small, wrinkled turnips from the cellar pit. You add a precious knob of fat from a clay jar, a pinch of salt, a branch of dried thyme. The pot simmers for hours. It sends a slow promise that fills the house. Your son returns from checking the snares. They are empty, as usual. His shoulders are hunched against the cold, his expression closed. You sit him by the fire. Give him the first bowl of stew. He eats, and you watch the tension slowly leave his frame. The afternoon is for mending. You take Thelma's spare tunic. Find the tear under the arm. You select a patch from the rag bag, a piece of fabric so worn, its original color is a mystery. Needle and thread appear. The stitches are small, even, strong. You are not just repairing cloth, you are reinforcing the fabric of your life against the relentless wear of the world. As you sew, you listen to your daughter's breathing. The cough is there, a loose, wet rattle, but it has not tightened. You have made her drink the bitter Harhound tea twice today. You watch the rise and fall of her chest, counting. All is well. For now, the gray at the window deepens, saying the long approach of evening. You bank the fire for the bread, nestling the shaped loaves in the hot ashes, covering them with the soot minus blackened cloche. The smell of baking bread is the smell of safety, of civilization. It is a smell that denies the desolation outside. When the bread is done, you break it open. The steam carries the scent of earth and sustenance. You eat it with the last of the stew, with cold water that makes your jaw ache. Then, the final watch by the fire. The spinning resumes. The spindle turns, a hypnotic wheel. The fire talks to itself and pops and crackles. Shadows dance their ancient, silent ballet on the walls. Your children grow quiet, their energy spent. You bank the coals for the night, a ritual as careful as any prayer. You cover the glowing heart with a blanket of ash, leaving just enough air for it to breathe slow, hot breaths through the long darkness. Then to bed. The mattress is cold, the straw brittle. You gather your children close, wrap the blankets tight, tuck the edges, body to body. You begin the slow work of warming this tiny island in a frozen sea. Their breathing deepens. Your own thoughts slow. You think of Thomas, sleeping on straw in the manor's outbuttling. You think of William, a day's walk away, in a house you have never seen. You send your thoughts to them like silent messengers in the night. Then you let go. You sink into the warmth you have made together. Outside, the vast, untearing cold holds the world. But in here you have built a fortress. You have spun thread. You have baked bread. You have kept the fire alive. You have endured. And for this one day, that is enough. This is the wisdom of the hearth. That survival is not a single dramatic stand, but the cumulative effect of 1,000 small, faithful gestures. The careful banking of the coals, the precise measurement of grain, the even stitch in the mending, the patient listening to a child's breath in the dark. It is a wisdom of attention, of noticing the subtle signs, the different sound of the wind that means more snow, the particular shade of the embers that tells of good heat, the slight change in a cough that signals turning danger. That is a wisdom of rhythm, of moving with the day and the season, not against it. It is a wisdom of community, knowing that your fire, your grain, your strength are not yours alone, but part of a network that holds the entire village above the abyss. You know when to ask for help with the thatch. You know when to send a bowl of soup to a sick neighbor. You know that the shared well, the common field, the collective endurance are the roots that anchor you all. This knowledge is quiet. It does not shout. It whispers in the hands that work, in the eyes that watch the sky, in the ears that listen to the night. It is written in caluses, in the set of a shoulder that has carried endless burdens, in the lines on a face that has faced countless dawns. It is a language we have largely forgotten how to speak. Our world shouts. It is bright, fast, demanding. Our comforts are profound, and we are grateful, but in gaining them, we have lost the silent conversation with the cold, the deep literacy of the natural world, the patient, bone-minus deep understanding that we are small within a vast and turning system. The medieval winter was a great teacher, and its curriculum was harsh. It taught endurance. It taught scarcity. It taught the absolute value of wind and food. It taught that life is fragile, and therefore precious beyond measure. It taught that community is not a luxury, but a necessity of existence. We have graduated from that school. We live in a different world, that sometimes, in the deep of a modern winter night, when the power is steady and the house is silent, you might feel a ghost of that old knowledge, a faint, ancestral memory of what it meant to wait, to listen, to tend a fragile flame against an ocean of dark. It is a memory worth visiting, not with nostalgia for the hardship, but with respect for the deep, quiet wisdom that a hardship forged, for in that wisdom lies a different kind of strength, the resilient, patient, observant strength, a strength that knows how to persist, thy strength that understands the value of a single, well-mined ended flame in an immense and frozen night. So let us leave Agnes there, on the edge of sleep, her children's warmth against her. She has done her work. She has met the day. The fire is banked. The house is as secure as it can be. She drifts into dreams, where perhaps the sun is warm and the grass is green. Outside, the stars turn, cold and brilliant, over a sleeping, snow-minus blanketed world. The long night continues. That in 100 cottages, in a dozen villages, 100 points of warmth pulse like faint, steady heartbeats, each one a testament, each one a quiet, stubborn refusal, each one a promise that the dawn, when it finally comes, will find life here, waiting for it. This is the story of a winter's day. It is also the story of 1,000 years. It is a story written not in ink, but in frost and breath and smoke. And it is a story that, in its quiet way, is still being told. The cold is not merely an absence of warmth. It is a positive force, a slow and patient sculptor. It shapes the air into sharp crystals, turns the earth to stone, draws the very moisture from wood until it groans and splits with reports like distant musket fire. In the hour before dying, this force is at its most potent, most confident. It has had the long night to work undisturbed. It has filled the world with its clear, hard substance. Within the cottage, you feel its triumphs. It has pressed through the thatch, under the door, around the window's edge. It has settled in the still air, waiting. You are its only conscious challenger. The transition from shared warmth to solitary cold is an act of profound courage, repeated every morning of the frozen months. You move not from comfort to discomfort, but from one state of being to another. The blanket's world is soft, dark, and collective. The room's world is sharp, graying, and singular. Your body understands this crossing on a level deeper than thought. Muscles brace. Breath catches and steadies. You are a diver leaving the boat for a black, frigid sea. The floor greets you with its ancient, unyielding truth. This is the foundation of everything. In summer, it is merely dirt, packed firm by generations of feet. In winter, it reverts to something more primal, the frozen heart of the land itself. It reaches the heat from your souls with a greet that feels personal. You do not linger. Movement is life. Your passage through the dark room is a dance memorized by your flesh. The table's corner here, the curve of the stool there, the sudden, smaller cold of the water bucket's clay side. You arrive at the hearth as a pilgrim arrives at an altar. Kneeling, you confront the remains of yesterday's faith, a mound of soft gray ash. You are an archaeologist of warmth. With careful fingers, you brush the strata aside, and there beneath, the artifact, a nest of embers, glowing with a deep, sullen orange light. They are beautiful, unterribled. These fragments of yesterday's sun, they hold the entire brightness of the coming day. You bend close. Your face feels the radiance. A tiny sun held in the earth. You purse your lips and exhale. Not a blow, but a sustained, focused stream of your own inner warmth. You are giving breath to the world's hidden heart. The embers respond, fading from orange to a fierce, cheerful yellow. You offer the first accrement, a twist of dried fungus, pliant and ready. It blackens curls, then accepts the flame with a sudden, silent embrace. Now the kindling slivers of resin a spine. They catch with a satisfying snap and release a scent like forgotten summer. The fire is no longer memory. It is present. It is happening. You feed it larger sticks, then a small lod placed with geometric precision to draw the flame upward. Light floods the room in a slow, expanding wave. It is the world's first dawn happening here in the small space of your making. Fight comes visibility, and with visibility comes the day's first inventory. You see your children, still enmeshed in sleep. You see the sacks against the wall, their shapes speaking volumes about their contents. You see the tools of your existence, the pot, the broom, the loom waiting in the corner. The firelight animates everything, giving it a temporary, golden life. But the light also reveals the enemy's work, the thick grime of frost tracing the inside of the doorframe, the way your breath still hangs persistently in the air beyond the fire's immediate reach. The victory is partial, and will remain so. Cloaked and shod, you turn to the door. Opening it is an act of defiance. The world that presents itself is stripped bare, simplified to its essential forms white, gray, and the profound blue minus black of distant shadows. The snow his neck has fallen, it have failed, fan every hollow, rounding every edge, absorbing our found. The familiar has become alien, beautiful and mildly threatening. Your path to the well is a guesswork of memory. Each step is a foray into the unknown, a breaking of a perfect surface. The snow grips your feet, claims them, releases them with a soft crunch. At the well, the ritual is one of penetration. The ice over the water is not thin or tentative, it is a solidified lid, perhaps to fingers thick, clear as glass and hard as rock. You raise the bucket and bring it down with a controlled, forceful chop. The sound is shocking in the silence, a clean, crystalline crack that seems to travel for miles. You have broken the night seal on the water. Lowering the bucket, you hear the welcome splash, and the heavier sound of it filling. Hauling it up is the day's first true labor. The rope bites into your palms. Your back and shoulders engage in a familiar, painful symphony. This weight, this resistance, is the price of water. You carry it back, a pendulum of aching progress, stopping to shift the burden from one set of screaming muscles to another. The return is always harder. You are tired now, and the cold has begun its insidious work, finding the gaps in your clothing. Back inside, the domain of the fire feels like a paradise regained. Steam is rising from the pot over the flames. Your daughter is stirring the porridge, her small face intent. The mundane miracle of transformation is underway, hard grain in cold water becoming soft, hot sustenance. You take the eggs from the chickens, still warm, little ovals of potential. The milk from the cow is scant, but it is yours, drawn from the animal's warm thin to your cold pail. These are the quiet trophies of the morning hunt. Then, the meal. It is a ceremony of silence and precision. The porridge is ladled out, each portion identical. The hard bread is softened in hot water. There is no conversation, only the sounds of consumption, the scrape of wood on clay, the gentle chewing. This is not a meal for pleasure. It is a transfer of energy, a banking of the human fire. You watch your children eat, and your satisfaction is not in their enjoyment, but in the fact of their eating. They are taking in fuel. They will last longer. After, the day's pattern reveals itself. It is not a schedule, but a cycle of tasks that orbit the central sun of the hearth. Carding wool is next. You take the matted, greasy fleece and work it between the two spiked paddles. The action is rhythmic, almost violent pulls separate, a line. The wool emerges from the process softer, its fibers lying parallel, ready for the next transformation. Then, the spinning that sits under your arm holds the cloud of prepared wool. Your fingers, endlessly clever, draw out a slender, consistent thread, feeding it to the weighted spindle that dances and twists below. The thread winds on. This is magic of the slowest, most fundamental kind. You are taking chaos and imposing order. You are taking the scattered coat of a sheep and turning it into a line, a length, a future garment. It is the creation of continuity from randomness. Your mind is free to wander as your hands perform that ancient ballet. You think in images, not words. The color of the sky yesterday evening, and what it might mean for tomorrow. The feel of the last onion in the cellar, its skin to soft. The sound of Margaret's cough, comparing it to yesterday's sound, and the day before S. You are a scientist observing the subtle variables of your world. The world outside the window is a study in monochrome. The light is flat, without shadow, giving no clue to the hour. You tell time by the body, the hollow feeling that arrives long before true hunger, the slight drooping of your daughter's eyelids, the angle at which you must lean toward your work to see the threads. By these signs, you know it is time for the midday stew. The peas have been soaking since last night, swollen and pale. You add the chopped turnip, a handful of oats for thickening, the salt, the herbs. The pot returns to the fire, to its long, slow simmer. His cooking is not a fast broiling, but a gentle persuasion, a coaxing of flavoring nourishment from things that are hard and dry. Your son enters, stamping snow from his shoes. The snares were empty again. He holds out his hands to the fire, and you see the raw reed knuckles, the beginnings of chilblains. You say nothing. There is nothing to say that the fire is not already saying. They give him his stew, and he eats it quickly, burning his tongue, not caring. The heat inside is worth the momentary pain. The afternoon is for the house itself. You are its physician. Do you walk its perimeter, diagnosing its ills? Each aft here from a shrunken board, he damp patch there, a warning from the roof. You mix daub clay, straw, animal dung and press it into the gap, sealing the wound. You check the hurdle fence dividing your space from the animals. A wattle strand has broken. You replace it, weaving the new with the old, making the barrier whole. This work is never finished. The house is a living, breathing entity in a constant state of graceful decay. Your job is to slow the decay, to negotiate a truce between the order of your dwelling and the entropy of the world. It is a humble, endless ministry. As the light fades, the atmosphere changes. The day's work is largely done. The fire becomes less a tool and more a companion. The evening meal is a repetition of the noon meal, thinner, stretched further. Then the quiet time. The spinning may continue, but the pace flows. The focus softens. You might tell a story, if you have the energy, a tale of the fairy folk, or of St. Bridget and her cloak. You might simply sit, listening to the fire's conversation, watching your children's faces in the flickering light. This is when the mind turns inward, into the past. You remember your own mother, sitting in this very spot, her hands moving as yours move now. You remember the stories she told, not with their words, but with their feeling a sense of wonder, a shiver of fear, a comforting resolution. You are the bridge between her time and your children's. You are the keeper of the thread in every sense. The final act of the day is the most sacred, putting the fire to bed. You do not let it die. You help it retreat into itself. You place the last, large log, one that will burn slow and long, and as it catches, you begin to cover it with a fine, soft blanket of ash. You do not smother it. You insulate it. You are tucking the sun into bed, whispering that it must rest, but must also keep a single eye open to the watch of the stars. When you are done, only the faintest glow, a hint of redness, is visible beneath the grain mound. It is a secret you have buried in the center of your home, a promise to the morning. The journey to your own bed is a retreat from the fading circle of light. The bedclothes are icy. You gather your children, the younger first, then the older. You arrange limbs, pull blankets, create a system of shared thermal economy. The warmth comes slowly. It begins at the core, where your bodies touch, and spreads outward, present at the cold and outside time. It is in the slow melting, this gradual victory, that sleep finds you. Your last conscious sensation is not of cold, but of the hard -1, shared warmth at the center of the world you have made. That last thought is not a worry, but a simple, solid fact. The fire is banked. The children are fed. The house is holding. For now, it is enough. This is the knowledge that winter etched into the soul. That time is not a line, but a circle, and your task is to keep it turning. That everything has its use, and waste is a sin against survival. That true warmth is not a temperature, but a condition of community of bodies, of animals, of banked coals. That light is not given, but made, and making it is the first duty of the day. That strength is not about power, but about persistence, the persistence of the thread against the spindle, of the soup against the hunger, of the heart sign against the centuries of passing hands. You knew how to read the weather in the aching of your own joints. You knew how to forecast the snow by the behavior of the birds. You knew which would sang when it burned apple, and which would fought back with spiteful smoke-green elm. You knew the precise moment when hunger turned from a nuisance to a danger. This was not academic knowledge. It was somatic. It lived in the hands, in the back, in the nose. It was a continuous, silent dialogue between your body and the body of the world. We have ended that dialogue. We have replaced it with a monologue of control. We speak, and the thermostat obeys. We command, and light appears. The profound, Sometimes terrifying conversation with the elements has been stilled. Here warmer, safer, longer minus last. But we have become foreigners in the house of our own planet. We no longer understand its language of frost and wind, its grammar of cloud and dake. The medieval winter was a strict, oft uncruel tutor, but it taught literacy in the book of earth. It taught that you are not separate from the cold, the dark, the hunger. You are in relationship with them, and like all difficult relationships, it demanded respect, attention, and a set of hard righteous learned skills. Consider now not just the peasant in her cottage, or the lord in his hall, but the fabric that connected them, the landscape itself in winter. The forest, for instance, was not a scenic backdrop. In summer, it was a larder of nuts, berries, game, and fuel. In winter, it transformed. It became a realm of deep silence and deeper threat. But bare trees were like the ribs of a great, dead beast. The snow hid roots and holes, making every step a potential injury. Wolves, driven by desperate hunger, grew bolder. But the forest was also a necessity. It held the only fuel that could last the winter deadfall, standing deadwood. And if you were desperate or brave enough, greenwood you could season for next year. Venturing into the winter forest was an act of courage and calculation. You went not with joy, but with purpose. Your senses stretched taut, listening for the crack of a branch that was not your own, watching for the tracks of predator and prey alike. The wood you gathered was not anonymous. You knew each piece. The oak, heavy and slow, minus burning, for the long nights. The birch, with its papery bark perfect for kindling. The pine, full of resin, for a quick, hot blaze to chase the chill. Carrying the load back on a sledge, or on your own bent back, was a Calvary performed for the salvation of your household. I consider the frozen river, in summer, a source of fish, a barrier, a thing of movement and sound. In winter, it became a road, a bridge, a flat, white highway. But it was a treacherous highway. You learned to read its surface, the clear. Black ice was strong, the white, bubbly ice was weak. He knew the sound and made underfoot a solid. Deep groan was good as sharp. Cracking report was a death sentence. The river in winter was a useful liar, offering easy passage while hiding cold death beneath a glittering surface. And the sky. You were a perpetual student of the sky. The color of the dawn-red sky in morning, shepherd's warning. The texture of the clouds high, wispy mare's tails foretelling a change, low, heavy, woolly blankets promising sustained snow. The way the stars twinkled fiercely, which meant bitter cold to come. There was no weather report, only the endless, subtle report of the weather itself, written on the scroll of the heavens, and you had to be literate. This constant, immersive education fostered a different kind of consciousness. It was a state of heightened, pragmatic awareness. You were never not listening, not watching, not feeling the world. This attentiveness was not romantic, it was essential. It was the difference between finding your way home in a blizzard and dying 20 yards from your door. It was the difference between a successful hunt and starvation. We have largely outsourced this awareness. More devices tell us the temperature, the forecast, the time. We navigate by glowing screens, not by the lay of the land or the position of the stars. We have gained incredible convenience, but we have lost a layer of being, the layer that was in constant, intimate conversation with the non-human world. The darkness, too, was a different entity. Our nights are punctured by 1,000 small lights, the glow of a clock, the LED on a charger, the distant haze of a city. Medieval darkness, especially in winter, was absolute. It was a physical presence that filled the earth and the mind. But within that darkness, other senses awoke. Hearing became preternaturally sharp. You could identify your family by the sound of their breathing. You could tell the health of the cow by the rhythm of her chewing. You could hear the snow settling on the thatch, a sound like the gentlest of sighs. Smell intensified. You could smell the damp wool drying, the faint, metallic scent of frost, the lingering ghost of onion from the stew. The darkness was not an empty void to be feared, it was a rich, full space to be listened to, smelled, felt. It was a time when the interior world of memory, of story grew as vivid as the exterior world was obscured, and through it all the rhythm, the relentless comforting, exhausting rhythm of necessary acts, fire minus tending, water minus fetching, food minus rationing, animal minus tending, spinning, mending. This rhythm was the drumbeat of survival. It left little room for existential dread, for boredom in the modern sense. There was only the next task, the next need. This rhythm was also a kind of timekeeping. The completion of a task marked the passage of time more accurately than any hourglass. When the spinning was done for the day, it was evening. When the last ember was banked, it was night. When the fire was reborn, it was morning. Time was not an abstract concept flowing past, it was a substance you moved through, like water, by the paddling of your own actions. We have broken this rhythm. Our days are a cacophony of disparate tasks, unmoored from natural cycles. We can eat strawberries in December, work under artificial light at midnight, be entertained in 1,000 ways to ward off the simple state of stillness. The medieval winter imposed a stark, unifying rhythm that synchronized human life with the heartbeat of the earth. However faint that heartbeat seemed under the ice, here was a brutal harmony to it. So as you lie in your own warm bed tonight, in a room where the temperature never dips below a chosen comfort, let your mind wander back to that other winter, not to desire its hardship, but to appreciate its lessons in focus, in community, in resilience, in quiet attention. Imagine the feel of the spindle in your hand, the smell of the banked peat fire, the sound of the wind testing the walls as you drift into a sleep earned by honest labor. You are connected to that past by the thinnest, strongest of threads, the simple, human fact of having endured. The specific skills are gone. The exact fears are forgotten, but the imprint of that endurance, the shape it left in the human spirit remains. It is a shape of patience, of carefulness, of understanding that some forces cannot be controlled, only endured, and that endurance itself is a form of wisdom. The winter outside your modern window is a milder, kinder ghost of its former self, but the memory of the true winter, the demanding companion, the great teacher, still whispers in the collective bones of our species. It tells us that we are tougher than we know, that community is our first and last defense, and that there is a profound, quiet dignity in the simple, repeated act of keeping a flame alive through the long, long night. The darkness before a winter dawn is not an empty space. It is a substance, thick, velvet, pressed against the eyelids of the world. Within it, you exist as a point of sentient warmth, a minor anomaly in the cold's perfect reign. You are awake before you are conscious. The knowledge is in your bones, the hour of embers, the hour of decision. To rise is to wage a small war, and to stay is to risk losing the kingdom. You move. The separation from the shared heat of the bed is a small amputation. The air of the room is a shock so complete it feels like purity. It slices through the thin fabric of your nightdress, finds the skin beneath, announces its absolute authority. The feet, finding the floor, do not feel a surface. They feel the planet's frozen core, radiating upward through packed earth and straw. They eat deep, bone mine a sake of cold. You do not flinch. You have accepted this daily baptism. You are a navigator in a starless sea. The room is your vessel, and you know every timber, every bulkhead by touch. Your outstretched hand meets the rough grain of the table. Your hip brushes the stool. Your shin avoids the water bucket by a margin of memory. You arrive at the hearth as one arrives at a destination. You kneel. For you, a landscape of gray ash, soft and fine as old sorrow. This is the aftermath of yesterday's sun. You begin the excavation. Your fingers are the tools. They brush, they sift, they sort. And there, beneath the soft gray, a glow. Not a flame, but a memory of flame. A cluster of embers, pulsating with a slow, subterranean light. Ere the heart of your home, buried and waiting. You lean in. Your face is close enough to feel the radiant promise. You shape your lips and exhale. Not a breath, but an offering. Each stream of your own inner summer directed into that fading heart. The embers drink it, they brighten, as if remembering themselves. From orange to gold, from memory to intention. You present the first tinder a curl of dry bark. It hesitates, and it accepts, blackening, twisting, finally bursting into a tiny, perfect spear of yellow flame. A birth. You feed it. A tuft of dry grass. A wig of resinous spine that crackles to life with a sound like laughter. The light, once a secret beneath ash, now leaps free. It paints the walls in satin dancing strokes. It reveals the world the sleeping faces of your children, the sagging lines of the roof, the patient shapes of your tools. The darkness is pushed back, not vanquished but held at bay. For now, you build the fire with the logic of an architect. Just like here to reflect heat. That branch there to ensure air. You are not just making heat, you are building a small, temporary citadel against the empire of the cold. The citadel grows. Its warmth becomes a sphere you can step into. You stand within it. Let the heat soak into your frozen skin, feeling life return to your hands. This is the first victory, the most important one. Now the cloak. Why, heavy wool, smelling of smoke and years. You wrap it around you, and it is like donning a familiar armor. The door is next. Its wood is cold enough to sting your palm. You lift the latch pull. Winter enters not as weather, but as a silent, white giant filling the doorway. The world beyond has been simplified, abstracted. Now has erased the path, swollen the hedges into strange, soft sculptures, turned that distant woods into a charcoal smudge on gray paper. The silence is absolute. A held breath. You take the bucket and step out into the giant's domain. Your progress to the well is a series of small violations. Each step rakes the perfect skin of the snow, sinks into the softest beneath. The sound is a dry, rhythmic crunch. Your own breathing is loud in the immense quiet. The well is a stone mouth, frozen shut. The perfect disk of ice, clear and thick, seals the dark water below. You raise the bucket and strike. The sound is a gunshot in the cathedral of silence. The ice shatters into a spitterbear of fractures. Zoom. You clear the pieces, lower the bucket. The splash far below is a dark, wet promise. Hauling it up is pure physics. Muscle against weight. Rope against gravity. Your shoulders burn. This is the price of water. The full bucket is an anchor. You carry it back toward the smoke of your citadel, stopping, shifting, your breath plummeting in frantic clouds. This weight, this ache, is the foundational cost of life. Back inside, the sphere of warmth welcomes you like a returning monarch. The fire is king here. Your daughter is its acolyte, stirring the pot that hangs over it. Steam rises, carrying the scent of oats and hot clay. You place the bucket near the fire, a plea for the water to forget its icy nature. Then the animals. Their space is warmer, dense with the smell of life-hame and or warm hide. The cow turns her great head, her breath a cloud in the dimness. You murmur to her, press your forehead to her flank, begin the rhythmic pull of milking. The stream is thin, but it is warm, and it sings against the pail. The goats net you, their eyes knowing and patient. You give them their meager ration. In the chicken coop, your fingers find to smooth, warm ovals. Small, perfect triumphs. The porridge is ready. It is the color of a pale morning. You ladle it into bowls, each portion measured by an inner scale that knows the depth of the grain's sack, the length of the winter. The hard bread is softened in hot water. The meal is consumed in a silence that is not sad, but solemn. This is alchemy. You are turning oats and water into strength, into will, into another hour of life. You watch your children eat, and your satisfaction is deep and quiet. They are fueling the furnace of their bodies. They will last. With the meal, the day proper begins. Its structure is not dictated by a quack, but by the sun's feeble journey in the body's own tide. The first tide is for work that demands light, but not warmth. Carding. You take the ram-matted fleece and work it between the two spiked boards. The action is rhythmic, meditative. Pull, separate, align. The wool emerges softer RIER, its chaos transformed into orderly fibers. Then the spinning. That sits under your arm holds the clay-prepared wool. Your fingers, guided by millennia of muscle memory, draw out a thread. It is a miracle of consistency. From the cloud, a line. From chaos, order. The spindle hangs, twists, falls, winding the thread upon itself. This is the true work of winter, the creation of continuity. You are spinning time itself into a tangible form. As your hands work, your mind is free. It wanders the landscapes of memory and worry. The cough at your daughter's chest, or will Lisa today you think, the feel of the last onion, soft at the neck, the specific gray of the sky at dawn, and what it pretends. You are a scientist in a laboratory of survival, noting every variable. The light through the single window does not brighten, it merely thins, turning from wool minus gray to linen minus gray. You tell time by the hollow feeling in your own stomach, by the slowing of your daughter's hands. It is time for the stew. The dried peas have plumped in their overnight bath. You add them to the pot with chopped turnip, a handful of barley, a pinch of salt from the small precious jar. You would water into a knob of fat that sizzles and melts, releasing a rich, savory smell. The pot returns to the fire, to the long, slow transformation from separate, hide things into a unified, softening whole. Yes, cooking is an act of faith. Faith that the fire will hold. Faith that the ingredients will give of themselves. Faith that there will be someone to eat it. Your son returns from the woods. His face is pinched with cold. The snares were empty. He holds his red, raw hands to the fire, and the heat seems to hurt him. You give him the first bowl of stew. He eats it quickly without tasting, seeking only the heat that spreads from his belly outward. You say nothing. The fire speaks for you. The afternoon is for repair. A house is a living thing, and winter is its aging. Its eyes, its settles, it cracks. You are its physician. You walk its perimeter, your eyes and hands diagnosing. Here, a draft where the daub has crumbled. You make the new batch clay start, dying breath into the wound, feeling the healthy skin. The air, a loose swaddle in the animal hurdle. You weave it anew with why, making the barrier whole again. This work is never done. It is a dialogue with entropy. You mend, and the world you in and ends. Your task is simply to flow the unmaking. As the day fades, the quality of time changes. The light fails. The sphere of the fire's influence seems to grow smaller, more intimate. The work slows. The evening meal is a thinner version of the noon meal, stretched with more water. Afterwards there is quiet. Perhaps you tell a story, a tale of the little people, or of a saint who tamed a wolf. Or perhaps there is only the silence, the crackle of the fire, the soft sound of breathing. This is when the past visits. Do you remember your mother's hands, moving as yours move now? You remember the scent of her bread, the sound of her voice in the dark. You are a link in a chain. You hold the thread she passed to you, and you will pass it to your daughter. Then, the final sacred duty, banking the fire. You do not let it die. You help it retreat into a state of potential. You place the night log, a thick piece of slow oak. As it catches, you begin to cover it with a fine, careful layer of ash. You are not smothering it. You are tucking it in. You are putting the sun to bed, whispering to it to sleep lightly, to keep a single, glowing eye on the dark. When you are done, only a faint, red glow persists beneath the gray mound. It is a secret buried in the center of your world, a promise to the future. The journey to your own bed is a retreat from the circle of light. The bedcliffs are cold, a shock against your warmed skin. You arrange limbs, pull blankets, create a system of shared warmth. The heat comes slowly. It begins where your bodies touch and spreads outward, pushing back the cold an inch at a time. In this gradual, collective victory, sleep finds you. The last conscious thought is not of the cold outside, but of the hard -1 warmth within. The fire is banked. The children are safe. The house holds. For this one night, it is enough. This was the wisdom of the hearth, written not in books but in ashen dake. Time is a circle you help to turn with your own hands. Everything has a purpose, and to waste is to blaspheme against life itself. Warmth is not a temperature, but a condition of closeness of bodies, of breath, of community. Light is not given, but made, and the making is the first prayer of the day. Strength is not the absence of fatigue, but the persistence that walks through it. You knew the weather in the ache of your father's old wound. You knew the coming snow by the silence of the birds. You knew the character of wood by its song in the fire. This knowledge was not held in the mind, but in the hands, in the spine, in the nose. It was a constant, silent conversation between your flesh and the flesh of the earth. We have ended that conversation. We speak now in the monologue of control. We stated desire and Messiah. The profound, often terrifying dialogue with wind, frost, and hunger has been stilled. We left hunger, faster, safer lives. And in doing so, we have become illiterate in the native language of our world. We no longer understand the grammar of cloud forms, the syntax of animal tracks, the poetry of a banked fire. The medieval winter was a harsh school, but its curriculum was the literacy of existence. It taught that you were not an observer of the cold and the dark. You were a participant in a profound and demanding relationship. It demanded respect. It demanded attention. It demanded a set of skills learned not from a manual, but from the body itself, through trial, through error, through the patient teaching of a mother's hands. Consider the winter forest. It was not a picture. It was a realm. In summer, a generous, green larder. In winter, it changed. It became a cathedral of bare, gray bones. The silence there was deeper than elsewhere. The snow hid danger's fallen branches, holes, the tracks of predators grown bold with hunger. To enter it was an act of calculated courage. You went for one thing, fuel, and you knew your fuel. The oak, dense and long burning. For the all night vigil, the birch, with its perfect camping bite. The pine, spitting and hissing. For a quick, angry heat. Hearing at home was a saga of strain. A burden borne for the salvation of your family S-warp. Consider the frozen river. A summer barrier became a winter road, and it was a liar's road. You learned to read its glossy face. Black ice, strong and clear. White ice, bubbly and weak. You knew the sound of safe passage deep. Solid groaned. The heart and line a stopping crack of betrayal. It offered the gift of easy travel but hid a cold, black death just beneath its shining surface. And the sky, you were a perpetual student of the sky. A red dawn was not beautiful, it was a warning. Saul's eyes were not picturesque, they were a message of coming change. The way the stars seemed to sharpen and twinkle fiercely meant the cold would deepen. There was no forecaster. You were the forecaster. Your eyes, your skin, your old aches were the instruments. This constant, immersive schooling created a different consciousness. The state of vigilant, pragmatic awareness. You were never not listening, not watching, not feeling the world's minute shifts. This attentiveness was not mystical, it was essential. It was the difference between finding your way and losing it forever in a whiteout. We have traded this awareness for convenience. Our devices tell us the temperature to the decimal point. Screens guide us through landscapes we do not see. We have gained a world of ease, but we have lost a layer of our being, the layer that was in uninterrupted communion with the non-human world. The darkness, too, was a different entity, for nights are perforated by 100 small lights. Medieval darkness, especially in winter, was total. It was a physical presence, but within that blackness, other senses blossomed. Hearing became preternaturally sharp. You knew your child by the sound of her eye. You knew the health of the ewe by the rhythm of her chewing. He could hear the frost forming, a faint, crystalline whisper. Smell intensified. You could smell the damp wool drying, the metallic scent of the frozen air, the lingering ghost of the stew. The darkness was not an empty void to be feared. It was a full, rich space to be listened to, smelled, navigated by the inner map of memory and touch. It was when the world of story and dream as vivid as the unseen world outside. And through it all, the rhythm, the deep, grounding rhythm of necessary acts. Fire, water, food, wash, repair. This rhythm was the drumbeat of survival. It left little room for the modern afflictions of bored and more existential angst. There was only the next task, the next need, the next step in the circle. His rhythm was off the your crack. The completion of the spinning meant evening. The banking of the fire meant night. The rebirth of the flame meant morning. Time was not an abstract river flowing past you. It was a path you walked. Each step a completed task. You did not watch time pass. You made it. With your own labor. We have shattered this rhythm. Our days are a cacophony of disparate demands, unmoored from sunrise or season. We can have summer fruit in December, work under artificial sun at midnight, flood our minds with noise to avoid a moment of stillness. The medieval wintering posed a stark, unifying rhythm that synchronized human life with the slow, deep heartbeat of the sleeping earth. It was a brutal, beautiful harmony to it. So tonight, as you lie in your climate-controlled room, let your mind drift back to that other winter. Do not wish for its hardship, but perhaps for a moment, admire its stark lessons. Lessons in focus, in community as a life-saving technology, in resilience as a daily practice, in the profound power of quiet, sustained attention. Imagine the weight of the wool in your hands, the smell of the peat fire, earthy and deep, the sound of the wind, a lone wolf testing the walls of your fragile sanctuary as you sink into a sleep earned by the honest labor of simply staying alive. You are connected to that past by the thinnest, strongest of threads, the human fact of endurance. The specific skills are relics. The exact fears are dust, but the shape that endurance carved into the human spirit remains. It is the shape of patience, of meticulous care, of the understanding that some forces cannot be commanded, only weathered, and that the weathering itself is a kind of slow, stubborn wisdom. The winter outside your double-glazed window is a phantom, a gentle ghost of its former self, that the memory of the true winter, the demanding companion. The great, silent teacher still echoes in the marrow of our shared history. It whispers that we are resilient in ways we have forgotten, that we are stronger together than we can ever be alone, and that there exists a profound, unshakable dignity in the simple, repeated, faithful act of keeping a single flame alive through the long, storm-filled, and unimaginably cold night. The true cold does not announce itself with a wind. The most dangerous cold is still. It settles. It seeps. It is the slow, silent occupation of space, molecule by molecule, until the air itself feels like a solid, crystalline thing pressing in from all sides. You awaken not to sound, but to a sensation, the sheer weight of the frigid air upon your face, exposed above the blanket. The darkness is so complete it feels like a blindfold soaked in ice water. This is the hour when the night's work is done, and the world holds its breath, waiting to see if life will dare to stir again. You are that dare. The decision to move is made not by the mind, but by a deeper, older instinct. The survival of the hearth depends on this moment. The delay is to gamble with embers growing fainter by the second. You break the seal of shared warmth. The cold that meets you is shocking in its totality. It is less a temperature and more a state of being, as if you have swum from a warm pool into a sea of liquid glass. Your night shift is no protection. It is a mere ghost of fabric between your skin and the essence of winter. Your feet touch the earth floor, and the cold shoots upward, a sharp, clarifying pain that roots you to the reality of your existence. You are a creature in a frozen world. This is the first truth of the day. You move through the blackness as a blind man moves through his own home. Your hands are your scouts. They skim the familiar landscape, the rough minus-hewn edge of the table, the smooth curve of the water crack, the gritty texture of the dark minus and minus model wall. Each touch is a confirmation. You are here. The world is still here. You arrive at the hearth. Kneeling is an act of submission and defiance. Before you, the ashes are a grey, featureless plain. You begin the excavation. Your fingers, stiff and clumsy, become delicate tools. They brush, they sift, they search for the buried city of light. And there, deep within the grey, a faint, pulsating glow. Flickers of embers, like the last cloth of a fallen star. They are barely alive. You lean in until your nose is inches from the ash. You exhale. Your breath is not merely air. It is a carrier of your own body's furnace. Your life's warmth offered as a loan. You direct it in a soft, steady stream onto the fading glow. For a heartbeat, nothing. Then, a response. The embers brighten as if remembering their purpose. From a dull red to a confident orange. You have spoken the first word of the day's incantation. Now you offer the sacred materials. A twist of dry tender fungus, a bird's nest of dead grass, a sliver of pine rich with resin. You lay them upon the glowing heart with the care of a priest placing offerings. The pine catches first a sudden, sputtering hiss, a burst of light in the sharp, clean scent of forgotten sunshine. Then the grass with a softer, golden flame. The fire is born anew. It is a small, hungry, beautiful animal. You feed it slowly, logically. A crosshatch of twigs to build a framework, then a small log, placed to draw the flame upward. Light, once a secret beneath ash, now leaps and dances, throwing wild, animated shadows against the walls. The room is conjured from nothingness. The thatched roof, blackened by decades of smoke. The pale, sleeping faces of your children. The patient, looming shapes of your tools. The darkness retreats to the corners, waiting. You build the fire into a proper citadel. This is architecture of heat. You place logs not at random, but with strategy, one to reflect heat inward, another to ensure a steady draft, a third of dense oak that will burn long and slow. The citadel grows. Its breath becomes a tangible sphere, a bottle of summer in the frozen world. You stand within it, arms outstretched, letting the heat soak into your frozen flesh. Life returns in a tingling rush. This is your first victory. It is a victory you must win every single morning. Now, the armor for the day. The woolen dress, scratchy and smelling of wood smoke. The overdress, heavier, patched at the elbows. The cloak, your great shield, fastened with a simple bone pin. Each layer is a rampart. Then the door. Its wood is so cold it feels damp. You lift the latch pole. The world outside is a study in monochrome perfection. Last night's snow has smoothed all contradictions, erased all paths, rendered the landscape abstract and new. The silence is absolute. A thick, muffling blanket. It is the silence of a world holding very stillness anew. You take the wooden bucket and step out into the vast white room. Your walk to the well is a series of small, crunching violations. Each step breaks the pressing surface, sinks into the softer layer beneath. Your breath plumes ahead of you. A personal weather system. The well is a ring of hoar-minus frosted stones, its mouth sealed with a lens of clear ice. You smash it with the bucket's bottom. The crack is obscenely loud. A rip in the fabric of silence. You clear the shards, lower the bucket. The splash far below is a dark, welcoming sound. Hauling the full bucket up is pure physics. Muscle and rope against the weight of the world's thirst. Your shoulders burn, your back tightens. This is the tax levied by existence. Carrying it back is a meditation on pain and purpose. You stop, shift the bucket from hand to hand, your breath fragged. The weight is an anchor, but it is also a promise. Water means life. You are carrying life. Back inside the citadel of warmth, the fire's kingly presence welcomes you. Steam is already rising from the pot your daughter tends. The scent of oats is the scent of safety. You place the water bucket near the fire, a plea for a truce with its icy nature. Then to the animals. Their space is a pocket of different warmth, dense and organic. It smells of hay, of manure, of the sweet, grassy scent of their breath. The cow lows softly, a deep vibration you feel in your chest. You press your forehead to her warm flank, a moment of communion, and begin the rhythmic wort. The milk hits the pail in a thin, steady stream. The goats crowd you, their intelligent eyes watching. You give them their meager ration of hay. In the chicken coop, your seeking fingers find one warm, perfect egg, a small treasure. The porridge is ready. It is pale and thick. You ladle it into bowls with a measure that is both generous and strict. Generous for the children's growing bodies, strict for the reality of the grain sack. The hard bread is dipped in hot water until it's often enough to chew. The meal is eaten in a focused silence. This is not a time for talk. This is a time for conversion. You are converting oats and water into strength, into will, into the next few hours of capability. You watch your children eat, and your heart unclenches a little. They are fueling themselves. They will endure. With the meal, the day's true work unfolds. It is governed not by a clock ticking, but by the sun's feeble arc in the body's own tides. The morning tide is for work of the hands. Carding wool. You take the rye, greasy fleece, and work it between the two spiked paddles. The action is rhythmic, hypnotic, bull separate, a line. The wool emerges from chaos into order, a cloud of potential. Then the spinning that sits tucked under your arm is a sheaf of this cloud. Your fingers, guided by an intelligence older than thought, draw out a single, endless thread. It is a miracle of consistency. From disorder, a perfect line. The spindle hangs, twists, falls, winding the thread upon itself. You are not just making yarn. You are spinning time into a tangible form. You are creating the future a sock, a tunic, a blanket. As your hands perform their ancient dance, your mind is free to wander the interior landscapes. You audit the stores in your mental ledger. You diagnose the quality of your daughter's cough. You interpret the meaning of the gray, flat light outside. You are the chief scientist of a small, fragile kingdom, noting every variable. The light through the small window does not brighten. It merely thins, like soup diluted. You know it is midday by the hollow feeling in your own belly, by the way your daughter's hands have slowed on her own carding. It is time for the stew. The dried peas, plump from their long soak, go into the pot with diced turnip, a handful of barley, a precious pinch of salt. You add an ob of fat from the clay jar. It sizzles, releasing a rich, savory smell that is the very aroma of hope. The pot returns to the fire's embrace. This cooking is an act of faith and alchemy. Faith that the heat will hold. Alchemy that turns hard, separate things into its arcing unified whole. Your son returns. His face is pale, his lips dinged with blue. The snares were empty again. He holds his raw, red hands to the fire, and the heat seems to cause him pain before it brings comfort. You give him the first bowl of stew. He eats it quickly, without tasting, seeking only the visceral, spreading warmth from his core. You say nothing. The fire speaks its comfort for you. The afternoon is for repair. The house is a living, breathing entity in a slow state of unmaking. Winter accelerates the process. You are its constant physician. Do you walk its perimeter, your eyes and fingers diagnosing? Here, a draft where the daub has crumbled away from the wattle. You mix a new batch clay, straw, water, and press it into the wound, sealing the house's skin against the cold's probing fingers. There, a loose strand in the wattle hurdle that separates your world from the animals. You even anew with why, making the barrier whole and strong. This work is never done. It is a quiet, endless war against entropy. You mend. The world you in ends. Your task is simply to slow the tide. As the day fails, the quality of time softens. The usable light bleeds from the sky. The sphere of the fire's influence seems to contract, growing more intimate, more precious. The pace of work slows. The evening meal is a thinner, quieter version of the noon meal, stretched with more water. The flavors muted. Afterwards, there is a space, a quiet. Perhaps, if the energy remains, a story, ray tale of a hidden folk who live under the hills, or of the saint who shared her cloak with a beggar who was an angel in disguise. For perhaps there is only the silence, the companionable crackle of the fire, the soft symphony of breathing. This is when the ghosts of memory walk. You feel your mother's presence in the movement of your own hands. You hear the echo of her voice in the stories you half-minus remember. You are a link in a chain of women stretching back into the deep past, each teaching the next how to keep the flame alive, how to spin the thread, how to endure. And the final, most careful ritual banking the fire. You do not let it die. You help it enter a state of dormant potential. You place the night log, a thick, dense piece of hardwood. As it catches, you begin to cover it with a fine, gentle layer of ash. You are not extinguishing it. You are tucking it in for the night. You are convincing the sun to sleep lightly, to keep one glowing eye on the long, cold vigil. When you are finished, only the faintest red glow persists beneath the smooth, gray mound. It is a secret buried in the very center of your world, your covenant with the coming dawn. The journey to your bed is a retreat from the circle of lightened heat. The bedclothes are icy, a shock against skin finely warmed. You gather your children to you. You arrange limbs, pull blankets, tuck edges, creating a fortress of shared body heat. Warmth returns slowly, creeping from the points of contact outward. It is a collective achievement. In this gradual, hard-minus-one victory, fleet fact you, your last conscious thought is not of the vast cold outside, but of the small, fiercely guarded warmth within. The fire is banked. The children are safe. The house stands. For this one revolution of the earth, it is enough. This was the deep, unshoaled philosophy of the hearth. That time is a wheel, and your labor is the grease that allows it to turn. That nothing in this world is without purpose, and to discard is to insult the providence that provided it. That warmth is not a commodity, but a condition of proximity to another body, to a shared breath, to a community's mutual pledge. That light is not a gift, but a creation. And its daily creation is the first and most necessary prayer. That strength is not the absence of fatigue, but the stubborn, dogged persistence that walks through fatigue as through deep snow. You knew the weather and the old ache in your knee. You knew the coming storm by the particular silence of the crows. You knew the heart of a piece of wood by the song it sang as it burned. This knowledge did not reside in the mind. It lived in the calloused hands and the curve of the spine bent to task, and the flare of the nostrils reading the wind. It was a continuous, somatic dialogue between your mortal flesh and the immense, living flesh of the world. We have terminated that dialogue. We speak now in the imperative mood of control. We issue commands, and systems comply. The profound, often terrifying conversation with gale, frost, and dearth has been silenced. We live longer, more cushioned, more secure lives, and in this security, we have become illiterate in the mother tongue of our planet. We no longer comprehend the vocabulary of cloud formations, the grammar of animal behavior, the poetry of a properly banked fire. The medieval winter was an unforgiving academy, but its curriculum was elemental literacy. It taught that you are not a spectator to cold, dark, and hunger. You are an engaged participant in a profound, demanding, and intimate relationship. It demanded reverence. It demanded absolute attention. It demanded a skill set learned not from scrolls, but from the body itself through repeated failure, through careful observation, through the silent, patient teaching of a mother's hands guiding your own. Consider the winter woodland. It was not scenery. It was a domain. In summer, the generous, dappled provider. In winter, it transformed. It became a cathedral of stark, gray pillars. The silence there was heavier. Your profound, The snow concealed a geography of hazards, deadfalls, burrows, the tracks of predators made reckless by need. To enter it was an act of necessity and courage. You went for one reason, fuel, and you knew your fuel as a shepherd knows his sheep. The oak, steadfast and long minus burning, for the overnight watch. The birch, its bark a perfect fire minus starter. The pine, spitting with volatile rage, for a quick, intense blast of heat. Bringing it home was an epic of strain, a burden borne on back or sledge, each piece a sacrifice for the family as collective warmth. Consider the frozen stream. A summer chuckle became a winter highway, but it was a deceiver's road. You learned to read its glassy face. Black ice, strong and trustworthy. White, porous ice, a lattice of betrayal. He knew the sound of safe passage low, reassuring moaning, the heart minus stopping rifle minus crack of giving way. It offered the boon of easy passage but concealed a swift, black conclusion just beneath its glittering skin and the sky. You were a perpetual, unpaid scholar of the sky. Mayreed sunrise was not a pretty picture. It was a farmer's warning etched in fire. A halo around the moon was not a wonder, it was a message written in ice crystals. The way the smoke from your own hearth hung low and heavy meant snow was coming. It was no external forecaster. You were the instrument. Your eyes, your skin, your grandfather's old war wound were the barometer and the compass. This constant, immersive tutelage forged a different mode of consciousness, a state of vigilant, practical sentience. You were never not listening, not watching, not feeling the minute shifts in the world's great body. This attentiveness was not spiritual affectation, it was biological imperative. It was the difference between navigating home through a blizzard and becoming a permanent feature of the landscape. We have bartered this awareness for convenience, where screens tell us the wind, speed, and direction. Our apps chart our course the neighborhoods we cannot name. We have purchased a universe of ease, but we have pawned a layer of our very being, the layer that lived in unbroken communion with soil, season, and star. The darkness, too, was a different creature. Our nights are pierced by a constellation of tiny, artificial suns. A devil darkness, and the depth of winter was total. It was a palpable substance. So within that black plenum, other senses blossomed into acute prominence. Hearing became preternaturally sharp. You knew your child by the cadence of her sleep minus sighs. You knew the you's health by the rhythm of hers. UD minus chewing. You could hear the frost gripping the thatch, a faint, continuous crystalline crackle, now intensified. You could smell the damp wool drying by the fire, the sharp, metallic scent of the frozen air, the lingering, ghostly perfume of the day's ode. The darkness was not an empty void to be dreaded. It was a fall-rich tablet to be experienced through the ears, the nose, the memory of touch. Was the time when the interior world of story, of memory, of dream swelled to fill the space left by the vanished exterior world. And through it all, the rhythm, the deep, grounding, inescapable rhythm of necessary acts. Fire minus tending, water minus hauling, food minus rationing, fiber minus working, boundary minus mending. This rhythm was the drumbeat of continuing. It left scant room for the modern melodies of boredom or free-minded floating anxiety. There was only the next task in the sequence, the next need in the cycle, the next step on the circular path. This rhythm was also your chronometer. The completion of the spinning meant the day was aging. The banking of the fire meant the rule of night had begun. The rekindling of the flame meant a new revolution had commenced. Time was not an abstract river flowing past you. You stood helpless on the bank. It was a path you walked. Each completed task a footfall, each fulfilled need a mile minus marker. You did not watch time pass. You wrought it, with the labor of your own body and will. We have shattered this rhythm into 1,000 glittering, distracting fragments. Our days are a cacophony of unrelated demands, severed from sunrise and season. We can have tropical fruit in December, labor under artificial noon at midnight, flood our senses with noise to avoid a single moment of unoccupied stillness. Then the devil winter imposed a stark, unifying, brutal rhythm that synchronized human life with the slow, deep, hibernal pulse of the earth itself. There was a terrible, beautiful symmetry to it. So tonight, as you rest in your hermetically sealed warmth, allow your imagination to journey back to that other winter, to not long for its hardship, but perhaps, for a quiet moment, honor its severe curriculum, its lessons in undiluted focus, in community as the ultimate survival technology, in resilience as a daily practice craft, in the profound, transformative power of quiet, sustained, embodied attention. Imagine the weight of the wool in your hands, greasy and real, the smell of the peat fire, deep and ancient as the bog it came from, the sound of the winged alone, hungry giant prowling the walls of your fragile, lighted cave as you sink into a sleep earned not by money or cleverness, but by the sheer, animal tenacity of staying alive. You are connected to that past by the thinnest, strongest of filaments, the simple, human fact of having persisted. The specific crafts are museum pieces. The particular fears are death, but the counter that persistence craft into the collective human spirit endures. It is the contour of patience, half meticulous, loving care, with the humble understanding that some forces cannot be subdued, only outlasted, and that the outlasting itself is a form of slow, stubborn, magnificent wisdom. The winter beyond your insulated glass is a phantom, a gentle caricature of its former sovereignty, that the memory of the true winter, the exacting companion, the great, silent pedagogue still resonates in the marrow of our kind. It murmurs that we are far more resilient than our comforts suggest, that we are inextricably linked to each other, and that this linkage is our greatest strength, and that there exists, at the core of the human experience, an unassailable dignity in the simple, repeated, faithful act of tending one small flame through the lawn, storm-strewn, and unimaginably cold night.